Welcome to the video tour of our AlCircle product offering. AlCircle is a portal that is dedicated solely to aluminium. Registered in Singapore with global operations. It addresses the entire aluminium value chain. AlCircle commenced operations in November 2010. The news section of AlCircle is the heart of AlCircle's information-related features. Get the latest customized updates from aluminium industry covering all verticals, and that's read in all 195 countries. AlCircle Daily and AlCircle Weekly, an exclusive aluminium industry insight that shall reach your inbox and update you with the latest in world of aluminium. AlCircle e-magazine's a platform where leaders from industry share their thoughts and perspectives. Boost your buying and selling needs with us. Let the world come to you. So the global business contacts do business the AlCircle way. Stay updated on the go with our AlCircle mobile alerts. Get featured, get noticed. Showcase your products and services on our world-class corporate page. AlCircle Research Wing, your companion in the knowledge journey. You innovate your business offerings, we innovate your business promotions.
With 7 million hits a month and readership in all 195 countries, AlCircle today is the most popular web-based platform. Avail the AlCircle advantage. AlCircle is a single platform for your promotional strategy. Bear with us.
Tie up with us for almost every international event covering the entire value chain of aluminium. Small effort on your part but with big rewards. Thanks for watching the video. If you have any query, please write to us at info@alcircle.com.
like to thank all of you for being present here and also thank AlCircle for providing this amazing platform for all of us to network with experts and people in this aluminum industry. A brief introduction about myself. My name is Sayan Dey. I work in business strategy with Bharuka Fabcons India, which is a downstream aluminum company in India. And the agenda for today would be to just touch base on the various applications of aluminum in the EV and railway segment. So, a brief introduction about Bharuka Fabcons. Our core business is contract manufacturing and engineering services for manufacturing aluminum products in lightweight applications in various market segments. That being said, our positioning is downstream, by which I mean that our company is much more focused on adding value in terms of machining, powder coating, and various end applications, and also engineering design to actually manufacture ready to assemble aluminum products for our customers. For us, the inputs as in as the raw material becomes aluminum extruded profiles and aluminum sheet metals, to which we perform engineering and manufacturing activities, make the final product, assemble, validate, test, and then ship finished goods product to our customers. As a company, today our focus market segments is majorly railways, automotive, EV, and as you know, that aluminum has over 3,000 plus applications. We also do cater to various other industries, but our major focus would be the first three. In terms of products in railways and metros, we predominantly manufacture side walls, gangways, windows, driver cabin windows, and other exterior interior extrusion and sheet metal based products. In automotive, predominantly we manufacture aluminum roof rails, which is used in SUVs. Other than that, we also manufacture window frames and window assemblies for commercial vehicles. In the EV segment, our major focus is battery enclosures, aluminum extrusion and sheet metal based battery enclosures. And we also have done some engineering projects in personal mobility segment. Coming to other segments, we also do cater to building and construction, HVAC, and various other segments, and provide value to our customers in terms of aluminum products. For a few examples would be radiant cooling baffles in HVAC, various facade projects wherein aluminum extrusion profiles are bended in various complex shapes for intricate facades in building and construction segment. In machinery industrial segment, we also do small components for machines, for example, deflection tubes in textile industry. Moving forward, in today's agenda, we will touch base upon the applications, products, and the macro outlook on the market itself in railways and EV battery enclosures, and generally in the EV segment as such. So, a brief history. We all know that aluminum is not something new in railways and metros. In the past, it has been used in high-speed railway projects, starting with it started from aviation industries, the aluminum usage, which then translated slowly into high-speed trains. ICE would be one of the major projects who are recognizable projects in the world wherein aluminum is predominantly used. So some of the other projects are also mentioned here, and in the recent years, the usage of aluminum in Indian railways and metros have seen quite a bit of traction. And due to that traction, the aluminum usage has made headlines within the Indian market. So Indian Railways itself have come out with a proposition of using aluminum in various products, interior parts, and also as in the coach body in the Indian railways. So there is a immense positive trend with respect to usage of aluminium in terms of lightweighting applications within the railways and metros industry in India, and also owing to the fact that aluminium is a green metal, very robust, and helps in the carbon footprint, helps to reduce the carbon footprint in the entire project life cycle. So these would be some of the reasons why aluminium is gaining traction in this market. So, little more details in terms of numbers. Within the year 2030, we are looking at a projection of aluminum usage in about 8,000 plus cars. And in the near term future, there is a projection of almost 2,600 plus cars in the market so far. In some of the projects, they might be extensive aluminum, in others, they may not be. But in a nutshell, there is a boom in the railways and metros market within India and abroad. And with that, aluminum has, gained attraction in terms of usage in various products. So, with the improvements in market and projects, I am optimistic that the demand for aluminum products will also see a growth in the coming years. In terms of where our company has catered to alone, we have supplied interior and exterior extrusion and sheet metal based aluminum products in this segment to various projects in India and abroad as well. And this is widespread in terms of various diverse products of aluminum within this industry. So, in a macro view, these are some of the major applications of aluminum in the interior and exterior components of railways and metros market segment. So aluminum has wide range of usage, and it depends on specific projects, the material of choice, whether it's aluminum or plastic or whatever. But these are, in a nutshell, the various aluminum products where there are applications and where which seems to increase demand in these products. So some of them are underseat cabinets, door-pot frames, emergency ladder, which was designed entirely indigenously by Bhuruka Fabcons. So other major products would be locomotive windows, sidewalls, a major aluminum sheet metal based products used in railways and metros, and also gangway components are also made of aluminum, which requires value addition in terms of bending and welding. So, some few of the applications in details first would be the car body itself. So, in many projects started from China and Japan, aluminum, due to improvements in research and new alloys and joining manufacturing techniques and improvements, aluminum did see a positive growth in terms of usage in the car bodies. And also in the high speed bullet trains in China and Japan, the entire body and the head of the trains are made of aluminiums and aluminum sheet metals, rolled profiles, and also extrusions were used in terms of supporting structures for these rolled profiles. So you can see here the quite a bit of aluminum usage in car bodies. Moving on, sidewalls also, as I earlier mentioned, it has usage of aluminium. So it may be either extruded profiles or the interior sidewalls sometimes are also done in aluminium sheet metal. So both in terms of extruded aluminium profiles and also sheet metal aluminium, there are applications. So in the picture you can see the extruded sidewalls, and below you can also see sheet metal based sidewalls. So as and when the market grows, and with that the demand for aluminum grows, these products seem to have very much high volume in terms of aluminum usage, and it also contributes to a lot of lightweighting. And other application is one of the major would be the frames of coach side windows in railway coaches and also metro coaches. So the entire window frame is actually a extruded profile, which then has value addition in terms of critical bending requirements, critical machining, critical drilling with stringent tolerances, and also welding. So one of the areas where Bhoga Fabcons excels is TIG welding for aluminum profiles, wherein we are EN certified class 1. So as you can see, some of the picture also illustrates ruptures during bending. So a lot of expertise goes in the bending process, considering the alloys, the design itself, and the criticalities that comes with the design. Intrinsically. So we do, as a company, have expertise in bending. So this is one application where aluminum is widely used. And you can also see some of the typical profiles, profiles used in this aluminum window frames, post which a lot of machining activities goes in, which are also mentioned. Gangway profiles, gangway, as you know, is an interconnecting component which connects two cars, and the gangways majorly has aluminum content in it. So these tend to call critical bending and machining requirements are post extrusion. So this is also application where aluminum is dominantly used. So other applications of aluminum would be in the interior lighting systems, as increasing in demand of modern design within the rolling stocks. The demand for modern lighting system is also increasing, and one of the important criteria of this product is lightweight. So aluminum is gaining traction within this product range. Some of the lighting systems which uses aluminum extrusions would be saloon lights, diffuser lights, cabin and gangway lights as well. So some of the profile drawings as shown here uses aluminum extrusions, which is then post-process machining activities and electrical assembly activities are involved in this product. So third rail is another application where now aluminum is extensively used. Earlier, steel was a material of choice in third rail, but then aluminum has its own advantages of lower electrical resistance and other mechanical advantages, which makes it desirable for industries in the third rail and power system industries to go with aluminum now. And also technological advancements in aluminum extrusions, and also the design itself of third rail has played a crucial role as to why aluminum is now being used in third rail activities. So there is immense scope in third rail applications for aluminum extrusions specifically as well. So moving on to the next segment, which is battery enclosures. So one of the major usage in EV segment could be the battery enclosures, which is either made through aluminum extrusion profiles or aluminum sheet metals or PDC or GDC methods. So all these methods of manufacturing are used based on the design and application of the battery enclosure itself. So talking about the macro perspective of the market, so there seems to be immense growth in market, and the government of India has a target of 30% penetrations of EV vehicles in the private car segment, over 70% in commercial vehicle segment, and over 80% penetration of two-wheeler, three-wheeler segment by 2030 is the target by the Indian government. And in 2022 calendar year, the EV vehicles reached a milestone of 10 lakh or a million vehicles in the market. So right now, dominated by the two wheelers, followed by the three wheels, and then others. So right now, currently the penetration is about 4.1 in two wheelers, 8.2 in three wheelers, and 1.2 in the four wheelers segment. And as the projections for EV vehicles itself grow, it is obvious that the market of batteries and particularly battery enclosures will also grow by a factor of 1.2 or even 1.5. Um, Coming to the market of EV batteries, the swappable market itself was valued at $10.2 billion in 2022, the entire market, and it is expected to reach somewhere at about 61.5 million by 2030, growing at a rate of 25.2% year on year. Now, there is a constant debate about swappable battery network as opposed to charging infrastructure, and they both have their advantages and disadvantages. But it so seems that swappable network is here to stay because it significantly reduces the upfront cost of the EV vehicles itself, which will be a major driver for the market of swappable batteries to grow. And as the swappable battery market grows, the market of aluminum demand for swappable batteries will also grow because aluminum extrusion is one of the major manufacturing methods, and aluminum as a metal is used in the battery enclosures in swappable batteries. So, as I mentioned, that the aluminum requirement and demand will grow with the growing demand of EVs. These are some of the projections of increase in aluminum demand. So, in the EV segment worldwide, almost 10 million tons is a projection by 2030, according to CRU, and within that, the extrusion demand is somewhere of 2 million tons. And also, within the battery cells, the aluminum as a metal has some demand. So, aluminum demand for batteries, including enclosures, will reach somewhere approximately 2 million tons per year by 2030. And also, as the EV market grows, you know that most of the aluminum usage in automobile were in terms of casting parts for internal combustion engine and related components. But as we shift to EV, more focus will be given on aluminum extrusion usage in body parts for one reason only, that is lightweighting. So the average extrusion content will increase to 80 kg per year from the current 65 kg usage. So just moving on to the applications of aluminum in this segment. So starting with four-wheelers, extrusion is very well, extrusion and rolled aluminum components are very well used in the battery pack structure. So in the crash structure, aluminum is used, house trays, aluminum is used, battery frames, aluminum is used, even also the cooling systems and the cover plates. And in the swappable batteries, as I mentioned, the battery enclosure itself is made of aluminum extrusion, sheet metal, or through casting methodologies. One interesting thing to note here is BAS companies who are designing these batteries are also becoming very versatile in terms of the concepts and design. So now batteries will no longer only be used in two-wheelers. The same battery, which is a swappable battery, is designed in such a way that it now can be used in two-wheelers, three-wheelers, in buses, in telecommunication networks, in-house battery storage systems, and the applications are right now increasing day by day, and the designs are made in such a way that they are portable and integrated in various other systems of energy usage. So some of the major companies in India would be the below mentioned. So this is a typical aluminum enclosure profile, which is extrusion based, and the image you can see is a split configuration profile. It can also be a single entire profile which can be extruded. So we have a focus on manufacturing aluminum enclosures, and we do cater to the market requirements as of now. In fact, in the fiscal year 23, we reached a milestone of manufacturing 40,000 battery enclosures for one single client, which is actually saying something about the market and about our capabilities as well. So aluminium, extrapolating the applications apart from the battery itself, it is also now used in applications of storing many arrays of the batteries. So innovative designs are coming into play to for the battery enclosure housing of the entire array system in order to pass the fire resistance test. So many applications of aluminium are also present and are extrapolating to other applications within EV. So this is the split configuration that I covered in the previous slides. So when extrusion has a limitations in terms of size, when the enclosures are much bigger than that, then we use a split. We have come up with our own design where we split up the top and bottom half and extrude it separately, and then use joining technologies to join the upper and bottom part to make one big battery enclosure. And then this is assembled battery enclosure, and this is how the split parts, when they come together, this is how they look, and this is the end application of completely assembled battery enclosures, which is used in the swappable battery segment. So also battery enclosures are also made of sheet metal. So the big battery casings or the fixed batteries for two-wheelers are made of sheet metals, and we do cater and manufacture sheet metal based battery enclosures. These are the single piece extrusions, which are typically 1.2 to 2 kilowatt hour battery packs, which is used in two-wheeler vehicles and also the swappable battery network. We do manufacture such enclosures for clients in India. These are some of the four-wheeler battery pack components. This is one of the structural component within the battery pack for four-wheelers, and it is completely extrusion based and anodized. So also in the EV segment, charging stations can also make use of aluminum extrusions. In fact, the charging station projections are also increasing worldwide. And this is a reference from Hydro, wherein they show how aluminum extrusions can be used for housing, which can reduce the value addition processes such as milling and welding, which has to be done in sheet metal based components. But in extrusion based housings and charging station profiles, those value addition processes are eliminated, and for example, heat sinks can be extruded as and when within the profile as a single profile. So it eliminates the value addition and leads to cost saving. So these are some of the typical profiles which can extrusion-based profiles which can be used in charging stations. One would be in the outer shell, the fast chargers, the supporting feet, and the charging stations itself. So like I said, as the demand for aluminum increases, now customers are not only looking for extrusion profiles, they are looking for complete solutions and complete ready to assemble products, and they are looking for companies who have the manufacturing and the downstream capabilities to not only extrude profile but also to uh, involved in design, machining activities, and the downstream technology to actually have the expertise to manufacture and deliver complete solutions. And these are some of the joining techniques which are used in manufacturing aluminum products. And the alloys which are typically used in automotive transport segment, aluminum has been there for a while, and leading companies such as Heathrow, Novelis, and various other aluminum companies have come up with their own specific alloys to cater to certain specific applications within this industry. But as Maruka, as a company, uses these particular mentioned alloys, which is dominantly 6061, 6005, 6082 in the railway segment, and similarly 6005, 6063, and 61 alloy in the EV battery enclosure segment, and the properties is mentioned here. So that's it for today. I hope the presentation and my talk was helpful in certain way, and if you have any other questions and if you have to reach our company or reach me, you have the contact details on the screen. So please make sure you feel free to contact me anytime. I also have my personal WhatsApp number in case you need to reach me out. So thank you one and all. Have a nice day. Yeah, good evening, Mr. Somadev. How are you?
I'm good, Mr. Day. How are you doing?
Am I audible? I'm fine as well. Thank you.
Excellent. So, my name is Shomodeep. As you know, I look after the operations in AlCircle. I was really enjoying the session that you have just delivered, which we put over there on our platform. And what an insightful session over there. Few questions we received from there, and I will kind of indulge into asking some of those questions to you over next 5 to 10 minutes. Um, So one of the major points that we come across, and as you know, AlCircle brings up with different reports and on the ecosystem and other stuff, we come across one observation unequivocally that in India, per capita consumption of aluminium is pretty low compared to the some of the other countries which are also equally producing aluminium. So what is your opinion about it, and how we can, or how you think India can improve the per capita consumption of aluminium? Over to you.
Sure. As you rightly mentioned, the per capita consumption is quite less compared to the global standards in India. But as India progresses in various market segments, may it be building construction, may it be automobile, may it be EV, we are seeing a positive trend of increasing aluminium usage in these applications. One few factors. One would be the cost sensitiveness of the Indian market, which always shifts the skews the choice of material towards steel, MS, SS, etc. And second factor would be the technological advancements within the downstream, upstream companies in aluminum market in India would also play a factor. So these two are the major factors why I feel the per capita consumption of aluminum in applications throughout all market segments is low. But moving forward, as the years progresses in various segments, we will be looking at a positive trend, and of course, the per capita will increase as the focus is now being given to lightweighting applications. And that being said, as a lightweight material, aluminium would be the material of the choice moving forward.
Sure. Thank you very much. My second question that I have received here is around the carbon footprint, which is one of the talk of the town, right? We all know that globally, reduction of carbon footprint is one of the major focus for the aluminium industry. Now, and we keep hearing many of those initiatives from different part and parcel of the value chain. Can you tell us some of the major initiatives that you are seeing in the domain of downstream and end user segment? And a related question that I have received is that any particular initiative that Gurukha is actually taking in that particular area?
Sure. It is right that the ESG is a major talk, and reducing carbon footprint is very plays a very significant role and is a topic of focus. Aluminium is green metal, but that being said, aluminium and its application become green only when the production of aluminium is green. So that not in terms of downstream, but the major contribution of reducing the carbon footprint via using aluminium as a material of choice in various applications would only suffice if the production of aluminium, the primary production of aluminium in the upstream segment is green. The production itself is green. And coming to the downstream segment of focus, how can we reduce the carbon footprint in terms of applications using aluminium? EV would be one of the great examples. The initiatives, the government subsidies like SAVE or production linked incentives, with the government policies which are driving the EV revolution and more such applications which promotes the usage of aluminium. Given that the production of aluminium itself is green, using various methodologies or even using recycling of aluminium, so such methods fueled by government policies and incentives will fuel the end applications wherein the usage of aluminium is much more higher and thereby contributing to the reducing the carbon emissions. One of the best examples would be EV, and second would be the steps taken by the government itself and the companies itself in developing aluminum-based products. One example would be the railway freight wagons. The indigenously developed all aluminum wagons made headlines stating that it reduces significant amount of carbon footprint throughout the life cycle of that product. So yes, this is how I think aluminum and all the factors would contribute to reducing the carbon footprint.
Sure.
And
Very
in terms
nice.
of Baruka Fatpons contributing to this effort, as you know, we are a downstream company, and in order for end users and OEMs to actually incorporate aluminum products into their end products, we not directly help in taking measures to decrease the carbon footprint, but we help the end application and end manufacturers manufacture the aluminum products, develop the entire ecosystem of downstream aluminum where in we invest in technology, help end customers in manufacturing aluminum products and make it easier and feasible for them to actually incorporate aluminum in their business.
Thank you very much. So you very nicely covered from every parts and parcel of the value chain and at the same time from Baruka's perspective. The next question is a little bit in the context of your organization, but I'll probably take a step back and elongate that a little bit towards, once again, to the overall downstream aluminium industry in the year 2023. You very nicely mentioned some of the sectors or segments which are going to drive the growth, right? And the top three segments maybe your organization has chosen in order to focus and grow, and the initiatives and EV being one of them. But if I look at the overall downstream and end user categories, what do you think are the top three growth drivers in terms of marketing dynamics? It can be anything.
Sure. In the aluminum industry, it has always been this trend that building and construction is around 60%, usage of aluminum. So if I consider the entire usage of aluminum in the Indian market, 60% would be building and construction. And moving forward, if I had to choose three market segments which would drive aluminum usage, it would be building and construction, electronics, and transport. These are the three segments. Regardless, our focus segment is different, but in terms of the entire aluminum value chain, I believe building and construction for sure will lead in the coming few years as well. Electronics consumption of aluminum in electronics will also see an increasing trend. Then will come the transport, because nowadays the transport segment is giving significant focus on lightweighting and increasing the efficiency and also decreasing carbon footprint. And that's why these three market segments will be the go-to drivers for aluminum consumption.
And from Baruka's standpoint, as you rightly pointed out, the three segments that you want to highlight, what are the market dynamics related factors which you think are going to work as a growth driver for your organization?
For Bhoruka Fabcons, our three important focus market segments are metro and railways, automotive, and EV. And apart from this, we also cater to many other market segments, but our focus will be the first three. So in the railways and metros market segment, uh, the major growth driver is the overall change in the entire ecosystem within the railways. Government policies and government initiatives has a major role to play in this segment. Now you would be aware that the government has taken vast majority of steps and initiation, and even in the budget they are continuing to invest the same, showing the same trends in investments in terms of railway projects. There are futuristic railway projects which are in pipeline. Some of them would be on the lines of skyports or sky buses and modernistic transport systems. So all these transport systems calls for aluminum requirements for lightweighting purposes to increase the efficiency of this. So government policy would be one. Second would be the interest of foreign OEMs in the role and the foreign rolling stock OEMs investing, coming to India and manufacturing locally. So most of the leading rolling stock OEMs who are also participating in government projects are trying to localize manufacturing of aluminum components that are used in railways. So it could be both interior parts and exterior parts. And now we are also seeing various trends that our government is also trying to implement aluminum body rolling stock, and even the Vande Bharat sleeper coaches, which are aluminum made. So the shift is slowly moving towards great aluminum usage. So I think these two are the driving factors in the railways and metros. Coming to automobile and EV, now automobile companies are also coming into the EV space. And again, reiterating my point, lightweighting is the focus of all the EV vehicles to increase efficiency, range. For the same amount kilowatt hour of battery pack means you have to increase the range, you have to lightweight, the entire design or the entire automobile, you have to focus on lightweighting. So lightweighting means you have to shift to aluminum as a metal. So it can be any parts. So starting from battery packs to chassis components. In traditional IC engines, aluminum was mostly used in as a casting part. So the 65 kg per unit car was the average. Now it is projected to increase to around 84, 85 kilogram per car. So there's a drastic positive increase in terms of aluminum usage, but in a different way. And also the market sentiment plays a role here. How well the consumer is adopting to the new products, to the new EV products. The pricing strategy the OEMs have for the market also plays a major role in this. Again, there are many factors coming to, let's say, in EV. There are uh, cost factors. Lithium-ion batteries, more than 60% of the lithium, or I can say more than 70% is imported from China, all the parts. So the cost of battery, whether it will reduce or increase. So such components which are critical for EVs in automobile, these also play a part. So these are some factors. But overall, aluminum would see a growth in terms of usage in end applications for sure.
Sure. Thank you very much for instigating that positive sentiment. We at AlCircle, we celebrate the infinite metal aluminium, and this year, along with our Global Aluminium Expo 2023, we also published one of our flagship e-magazines called Leaderspeak 2023, whereby we called upon the major industry leaders, and we also find the similar set of positive sentiment coming or emanating from, let's say, European companies, be it in a primary or secondary or downstream, and at the same time in the North American or Chinese, from the different parts and parcel of the world. So I think what you are mentioning is also reverberating with respect to what we heard from some of the other industry leaders. The second one is the question, flipping the coin a little bit. What are the major challenges from the downstream perspective and from your organization's perspective that you foresee to encounter in 2023?
Uh, I mean, nothing particular in mind, but generally speaking, the major issues, like an independent downstream company like us would face is the lack of technological advancements in the upstream segment, although things are improving now. But compared to, let's say, China or any of the European companies, we lack in technological aspects. So sometimes the general problems which we face is critical profiles not being feasible within India. The largest press in India is 14 inches, whereas in China it goes up to 21, 24 inches. I'm not sure that it's around that range. So technological advancement in the manufacturing process itself, and second, the amount of resources we spend on research is very much less compared to other countries. So I think these are the two challenges I think we faced earlier and we will face in the near future. Uh, so yeah.
Sure. Thank you very much. The last question that I had received, and I kept it for the end because I find it very interesting. We see globally there is an emphasis on recycling, collection of, the aluminium parts from the various usages, etc. And that is more relevant for aluminium because it is potentially 100% recyclable, right? Now, what is the thought process in terms of how that tendency or how that emphasis really impact the business either way to a downstream player like Boruka, who is actually working across these major sectors that you mentioned?
Sorry, Mr. Sumit, I lost you there for a second. Could you just repeat the question, please?
Sure, I'll repeat the question. Globally, there is an emphasis on the recycling. How that is going to impact the downstream or the end user segments across the globe?
Sure. On a positive note, it is very important for the recycling market to mature because, like I mentioned earlier as well, aluminium will contribute in reduction of carbon emissions only when it is the production of aluminium itself is green, and one of the factors which contributes to aluminium production being green is using recycling aluminium. So that is one point. Second point is the cost. So recycling aluminum, should have a uh, trend on cost. So cost would definitely come down with recycling aluminum. So for as much as like according to me, I think recycling aluminum market, if it matures, it would only help the downstream companies in terms of cost effectiveness and also the aluminum product itself being more greener.
Sure. Thank you very much. I think you have covered all the questions very nicely. So thank you very much for spending time with us and sharing a very, very informative session and presentation with us. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Shayan Dey from Voruka Fabcons, and thank you very much, Mr. Dey, for spending time with us. Bye-bye. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Songvijay. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
50% of downtime in the industry can be attributed to equipment or structural failure. On top of this, with limited on-site personnel, maintaining a thorough oversight of the health of rotating equipment remotely has never been more important. The downtime due to rotating equipment failures can now be completely avoided with predictive and prescriptive maintenance system called Rotation LF that comprises of an IoT-based hardware and an AI-powered platform invented by NanoPrecise Cycorp. This completely automated solution consists of 4 basic steps. This unique hardware can measure triaxial vibration, acoustic, temperature, RPM, magnetic flux, and humidity from one single sensor, giving a holistic view into the health of rotating equipment such as fans, pumps, motors, compressors, and blowers. It can detect both mechanical and electrical faults. The sensor can be stud-mounted, adhesive-mounted, or magnet-mounted. Once mounted, as soon as it is switched on, the sensor will be automatically connected to the internet as through standard cellular Wi-Fi or enterprise Wi-Fi. Once connected, data processing happens first at the sensor edge, where acoustic emission and temperature data are used to detect any anomalies. Once the anomaly is detected, data is sent to cloud for full analysis. On the cloud, highly sophisticated signal processing algorithms such as EEMD are used to correlate RPM with vibration data to diagnose different machinery-related fault modes. Subsequent to this, highly sophisticated machine learning algorithms are used to predict the remaining time to failure of the asset. The summary of all this is available on a dashboard that can be accessed through an app available on mobile, tablet, or desktop. With NanoPrecise's Machine Doctor and Rotation LF, you'll have full visibility into the health of your machines. With algorithms that are more than 99% accurate, you can avoid unplanned maintenance and maximize the productivity.
Welcome to the video tour of our AlCircle product offering.
AlCircle is a portal that is dedicated solely to aluminium. Registered in Singapore with global operations. It addresses the entire aluminium value chain. AlCircle commenced operations in November 2010.
The news section of AlCircle is the heart of AlCircle's information-related features. Get the latest customized updates from aluminium industry covering all verticals, and that's read in all 195 countries. AlCircle Daily and AlCircle Weekly, an exclusive aluminium industry insight that shall reach your inbox and update you with the latest in world of aluminium. AlCircle e-magazine's a platform where leaders from industry share their thoughts and perspectives. Boost your buying and selling needs with us. Let the world come to you. So the global business contacts do business the AlCircle way. Stay updated on the go with our AlCircle mobile alerts. Get featured, get noticed. Showcase your products and services on our world-class corporate page. AlCircle Research Wing, your companion in the knowledge journey. You innovate your business offerings, we innovate your business promotions.
With 7 million hits a month and readership in all 195 countries, AlCircle today is the most popular web-based platform. Avail the AlCircle advantage. AlCircle is a single platform for your promotional strategy. Bear with us.
Tie up with us for almost every international event covering the entire value chain of aluminium. Small effort on your part but with big rewards.
AlCircle Biz is the world's first global online marketplace for aluminium value chain that connects everyone in aluminium ecosystem. What are the benefits of AlCircle Biz? Range of sellers under one platform, price discovery and transparency, trusted platform, safe and secure, quick assistance. dedicated, customized promotional and marketing support for sellers, reduced carbon footprint. AlCircle Biz brings 40 plus years of industry experience in the aluminium domain, with a network of offices, representatives and associates in all 5 continents, covering over 17 verticals and having 1,000 plus partners around the globe. Since 2010, the parent brand AlCircle has been focusing on providing news and information in the aluminium industry. AlCircle offerings are news, price updates, reports, events, directory, interviews. In the last 10 years, AlCircle has become the global market leader in digital media. 20,000 newsletter subscribers, monthly 30,000 users, 8+ million monthly hits, 100 satisfied media partners, presence in 195 countries. After establishing brand AlCircle in the digital media business, we now launch AlCircle Biz. It's the first of its kind online platform for the aluminium value chain, where buyers and sellers can connect to each other. USP of AlCircle Biz is its dedicated focus on one single metal, aluminium, to bring the entire value chain together, connecting the industry linkages to bring efficiency and enable sellers to find business opportunities across the globe. Main features of AlCircle Biz: any seller can list their products and buyers can connect to specific sellers by sending inquiry against listed products. Both sellers and buyers can post business leads for any specific requirements and can choose to respond to other business leads. It also has 2 unique offerings: surplus products, a dedicated section to promote specific business leads to attract immediate customer demands; webshop, exclusive positioning to showcase your brand, a customized space for your company with all advanced features to promote your products. AlCircle Biz also offers exclusive promotion options for people to make their brand stand out. You can advertise on AlCircle Biz with sponsored products and target customers relevant to you. So what are you waiting for? Get registered with AlCircle Biz and grow your business. AlCircle Biz. We connect buyers and sellers.
Hi everyone. Welcome to Global Aluminium Expo 2023. And I am Abhimanyu Prakash, CEO at AlCircle, an organization which has been working for the past decade to try and bring to you new digital solutions for our physical aluminium industry. AlCircle is an effort not just to promote the use of aluminium, but to make the journey of this metal and all of us, its aluminium industry players, a little bit more sustainable in our everyday life. Shifting to digital technologies not only makes us more efficient and cost effective, but it reduces our carbon footprint each and every day. And Global Aluminium Expo is exactly that product, trying to bring exhibitors, products, and services from all around the world at your fingertips and at the comfort of your desk. We hope that each one of you will get a chance to attend and visit many of the booths from players showcasing their products from all across the globe. We encourage you to interact with them, exchange business cards, download their brochures, and above all, to connect with them and do business. At the end of the Global Aluminium Expo, we will also love to have your feedback on how we could have done better. This year at the Expo, we are very, very excited because we are also launching Leader Speak 2023, our flagship magazine. And I urge each one of you to click, download, and read this magazine and hear from leaders in the aluminium industry from across the value chain, sharing not just their products and services, but also their forecasts for the industry for the year 2023. We hope all of you have a great time and that all of you enjoy using this digital platform and connecting with the physical aluminium industry worldwide. We at AlCircle are working each day to bring more innovative products to your desks and your fingertips. So stay in touch, stay subscribed, and let us know what else we can do for you. Thank you and enjoy Global Aluminium Expo 2023.
and public funding. And our main activities with our center of expertise is also to offer technical support, trainings, work on various standards where we can promote a better use of aluminum in various end market. We will support some development project, even be involved in the engineering phase of some of those projects. And also, obviously, we will help to connect various key players to strengthen their relationships. Why Quebec and aluminum? Basically, about 75% of the primary aluminum production in North America is done within the province of Quebec in Canada. We produce approximately 2.8 million tons of primary aluminum production. And in fact, we're getting close to about 3 million tons a year of primary aluminum production. With the lowest carbon footprint in the world, basically all the electricity produced in Quebec is made from renewable. Therefore, all the aluminum produced in Quebec is made from renewable energy, mostly hydro, but also wind power. There's about 7,500 employees within the primary aluminum production in Quebec. We're also very much involved, obviously, in the processing and usage of aluminum, transformation of aluminum. There are more than 1,700 companies within Quebec working with aluminum at various degrees. Close to 30,000 direct jobs related to the transformation of aluminum, with an impact of close or more than 1 billion Canadian dollars, which would be about $8 billion US. We also have a network of equipment suppliers that work very closely with the primary aluminum producers, developing equipment and technologies to support the production of primary aluminum, but also in the use of various cast houses related to rolling mills, for example, or extrusion facilities. Those equipment providers are exporting all across the globe and sharing their technologies with various primary aluminum producers all over the world. So basically, AlUquebec act as a basically a networking agent to connect all those key players within our network to work together and obviously to develop new markets within Quebec and obviously outside Quebec. This map shows you an idea of where the various companies are located. You see in red where the primary aluminum production is done, and also where the other players within transformation or equipment suppliers are located. And the map on the right gives you an idea of where is Quebec within Canada. And as I said before, this is where 75% of the North American primary aluminum production is done. What's interesting to know is that Quebec, because of the free trade agreement that Canada has with the US and Mexico, Quebec is well positioned, obviously, to support the development of the North American market with our aluminum expertise and our access to the US market. Canada has also a free trade agreement with Europe, but obviously our commercial relationships with the US are obviously more important. As I said, in terms of primary aluminum production, we have three world-class companies located here. Alouette, which is a joint venture between 5 partners, which include Rio Tinto and Hydro Aluminum. Obviously, Rio Tinto is here and has been in Canada for many years, and Alcoa is also present with the operation of 3 smelters. One thing that is interesting to note is that the first production of aluminum, primary aluminum production, started in 1901. So for more than 120 years, we have been making primary aluminum in Quebec. As said before, we also have a strong network of equipment developers and technology developers that are servicing the primary aluminum production. You see some of the names on the right side of the slide, but basically they are involved with the primary aluminum producers and other aluminum transformation facilities where molten aluminum is present. And the companies are developing equipment to basically filter, improve the qualities of the metal, the material, and equipment to move around within the facilities, autonomous vehicles, and basically all the type of equipment that the primary aluminum producers would be looking for to support their operations. And as I said before, those companies are exporting and are present in the Middle East, present in Asia and in Europe, and are continuously developing their external markets. We also have a very strong processing sector in various end markets, and this slide gives you an idea of some of the markets that are supported by the companies within Quebec. Verbon is a key supplier for Tesla, for example. They support body parts made from warm forming. We also are very much involved in the promotion of the usage of aluminum in various type of infrastructures, including pedestrian bridges and bridges. And AlU-Québec support a lot of projects to push further ahead the use of aluminum in this market. We also have companies involved in the use of aluminum in transmission towers, for example, emergency restoration systems, and we're involved in R&D projects to increase the use of aluminum in energy transportation in terms of infrastructures. Other example, we have companies involved in the cladding and basically the external panels for buildings made with aluminum. Heavy machineries or used for transportation. So commercial transportation is also a significant market for us, as is public transportation equipment using aluminum for the structures of those vehicles. We also have a very strong aerospace sector. Montreal is one of the basically three largest aerospace cluster in the world. So obviously a lot of aluminum is transformed and used in our local aerospace sector. And you have here a few names representing some of the key players. Bombardier, who's a private aircraft manufacturer, Sonoca making aircraft wings for various type of aircraft, and Meloche making all sorts of components for the aerospace industry. But obviously, this network is a lot more important than what you can see on the slide. We're also very much involved in R&D, and a lot of the R&D is done obviously locally, but quite often also jointly with other R&D centers located outside Quebec or outside Canada. We're very much open for collaboration. Of the main important center, obviously you have the National Research Council of Canada, who's very much involved in various steps of aluminum transformation and supporting development of new applications in various end markets, but mostly automotive. We also have the Quebec Metallurgical Center, which is also very much involved in the development of new processes, and also in the support of the design of parts made from various aluminum transformation processes. We also have what is called the REGAL, which is basically a network of all the universities located in Quebec that are involved in aluminum R&D, whether it's related to the production of primary aluminum or transformation of aluminum end market or ancillary processes that are related to the usage or transformation of aluminum. This is a strong network which basically supports supports the networking within the universities to work in collaboration with each other instead of working in isolated silos. And over the years, it's been in action for close to 20 years, has created a lot of papers that have been published on a global basis and are really showing the quality and the level of knowledge related to the aluminum industry that we have locally. As you can see, in terms of R&D teams, I mean, it covers everything. More and more, we get involved in digital transformation, which is becoming more and more important in terms of automation to make the workplace more secure, but also more productive. Work related to the improvement of the environmental impact of our industry. Obviously, recycling is part of that, but it's a lot more than this. And other manufacturing processes to help basically make aluminum more competitive with other materials. As you can see here, an example of some of the facilities or type of products that are being developed where aluminum is used. And again, we have a very strong network of R&D centers that are open to obviously collaborate with other centers across the world. And we believe we have really world-class facilities and world-class knowledge that will help us make strong improvement in terms of the promotion of aluminum in new applications. On top of that, two of the largest private producers in the globe, also have R&D facilities within Quebec, and we're very, very proud to be the host of those facilities. Rio Tinto have their World R&D Center for Aluminum located here in Quebec, and the World Excellence Center for Smelting Technologies of Alcoa is also located here in Quebec at their Deschambault smelter. Within AlUquebec, to support the use of aluminum in various end markets, we have created working groups. One is involved in the use of aluminum in construction, more specifically sustainable construction, where the qualities and durability of aluminum are moved forward. Infrastructure and bridges, which is a little bit less common across the globe, and we think we're at the forefront of the development of new technologies and development of products in that field, working very hard with the public officials or public entities that are most of the time the purchaser of infrastructures, and obviously we're making or showing the advantage of aluminum in terms of durability, in terms of total cost of ownership, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later on. And again, we have another group dedicated to transportation equipment, a group to create a stronger network within the equipment and specialized suppliers, and also support them in their international market development. We have another working group focusing on recycling to improve the recycling rates and also improve the quality of the recycling being done and make sure we get the best value out of the secondary aluminum that is produced locally or that could be processed here locally. The last working group is a group which is focusing on looking at the mid to long-term impact of our industry, and it is really focusing on how we can make sure that our industry will be a world-class supplier, will maintain a leadership position, and will continuously improve itself to make it more sustainable in terms of responsible production, in terms of environmental impact, and obviously in terms of new applications. Within our website, we have a lot of directories. A lot of them are in French, as French is the main language in Quebec, but some of them are also in English. But most of them, anyways, have a lot of pictures, and a picture says 1,000 words. But basically, we have directories for the various distributors of product in Quebec, and also those dedicated to the building and construction sector. Another directory which showcases what we've done in terms of construction locally. Another dedicated to infrastructures, so pedestrian bridges and bridges done with aluminum. Directories of our equipment and specialized suppliers. So obviously, you're more than welcome to go and browse and see what we've been doing with aluminum here in Quebec. Key factor for us in terms of sustainability of our industry, obviously, is to support the continuous improvement of the industry in its ESG standards and ESG behavior. So, in pretty much everything that we do, I mean, we always have the ESG factor in the back of our mind, making sure that we improve the environmental impact of our industry. And obviously, in terms of social policies and governance, I mean, we have the best practices in place, and always supporting our companies to improve themselves in that regard and be world-class leaders in terms of ESG practices. To support and promote the use of aluminum, and as we said, with the environmental factor more and more critical in the decision process of the purchaser, we've done some work to compare the impact of aluminum with other materials like steel, for example, in terms of life cycle analysis, but also total cost of ownership, to show that aluminum is really a durable, sustainable product. And often the use of aluminum in infrastructure, for example, is the best decision. Quite often, the initial purchasing cost of aluminum will be a little bit higher than steel when we look at an infrastructure. But if we look at the total cost of ownership, when you factor in maintenance, repair, and replacement in some cases, if you look, for example, at a 75-year span for infrastructure, in all the various types of infrastructure that we've looked at, aluminum was always cheaper, and this is the sales pitch that we're basically using to support the use of aluminum in public infrastructures. Same thing in terms of life cycle analysis, as more and more project promoters are concerned with the environmental impact of the project they're doing. We've done life cycle analysis comparison. In that case, obviously, I mean, the assumptions that you're making are very critical. So it's not always, the results are not always as shown here, but in our assumptions, obviously, a big portion of the aluminum used is one produced here with renewable energy, which is the case really within Quebec. There's also some secondary aluminum which is used, and when whatever is needed is not available locally, we make the assumption that the product is coming from North America with a North American carbon footprint or environmental footprint. Regardless, in most cases, the environmental impact of aluminum versus steel, which is also sourced locally, is more or less the same, and most of the time a little bit better for aluminum. So all this to say that, for example, in the case of aluminum infrastructures done here in the Northeast in Quebec, we have a very competitive environmental impact, but a much lower total cost of ownership, which makes the decision of using aluminum obviously critical and quite often the best decision. Obviously, to support the use of aluminum in various applications, we need to make sure that when standards need to be applied, obviously we need to make sure that aluminum is considered and is included in those standards. And representative of AlCircle and other representative of the aluminum industry are quite active in various working groups, for example, for the Canadian Standards Association, which is often the standards that are dictating how and when a material can be used. So obviously, we're very much present in those working groups. Finally, we're also quite involved in developing technical papers and trainings to support the knowledge of the usage of aluminum for engineers, for architects, industrial designers. So we have designed internally and with external experts quite a wide range of tools for training and to support the usage of aluminum and the training of future students or future architects and engineers to make sure that they are comfortable using aluminum. We have a bunch of manuals and training material which is available from our website to support, again, a better knowledge of aluminum for future and current professionals working with aluminum. We're also promoting the use of aluminum for university students, and each year we have a competition which basically regroup mixed teams that are made of future architects, engineers, and industrial designers, and every year they work on a specific project, and they're competing within each other to come up after 4 days with the best, basically the best design, and it's a growing contest, gaining in popularity. We have more and more companies wanting to be associated with the project, and obviously more and more students each year are involved in this challenge. And it's a nice way to promote aluminum within the various engineering and architectural schools located here in Quebec. Next challenge, next September. It's always the second week of the beginning of the classes in the fall for us. And obviously, we're looking forward to meet new students who will be competing. And already many months from the challenge itself, I mean, pretty much all the available places have been taken by students who are eager to get involved. So it's obviously quite positive for us to see that kind of enthusiasm for this challenge. And finally, 2023 is a super year for us in terms of international exposure. 2 international conferences will be taking place here in Quebec. One next May, mid-May, Future Aluminum Forum, which will mostly focus on sustainability, but also what we would call aluminum 4.0, so everything that will automate the industry and make sure that we use artificial intelligence and all the technologies to really rely on the new high-tech possibilities to make our industry more productive and more secure. And finally, next October, AlCircle will also be in Quebec City, mid-October. And this conference will focus on various end markets and application and transformation technologies for aluminum, mostly related to transportation and infrastructures, but basically a nice showcase of various processing improvement that have been done over the years. So obviously everybody is welcome to come and attend those conferences. So again, I thank you very much and looking forward to answer your questions if you have any. Hopefully, we will see you in Quebec sometimes. Thank you very much.
Hello, Mr. Racing.
Hi, good afternoon or good night. Not sure which time it is for you, but anyways.
Yes, it's a night time. And
okay.
yeah, thank you. And good afternoon to you. So, thank you so much for such a enticing, this speech. It was really a evolving one and very intuitive, very learning one. We've been able to learn the role of AlCircle and the role that you are playing towards the development of the aluminium industry in Canada. We are getting some questions, and so next 10 minutes we will we will discuss about these questions. Now, the first questions that I'm getting is the role of the AlCircle to set the ESG standard for the Canadian aluminium industry. Can you? Yeah.
Yeah, well, we don't set any standards. I mean, we're really a nonprofit group promoting, obviously, the growth of our industry throughout the value chain, from the primary aluminum production to, obviously, the end usage of aluminum. So where we are involved is really promoting the use of stronger ESG standards, also involved in terms of training for our members and to bring more awareness in terms of future or expected requirements toward ESG. So we're working with them to make them more aware and to implement better ESG standards and reduce their carbon footprint. So we don't set the standards, but we're there to support them in making them better, more responsible players within our industry.
All right. So it is more towards the support that you are providing, to set the standards. Fine.
Yeah. AlCircle is actually really the name of the cluster. We're, as I said in the presentation, we're a nonprofit group, and we're really there to support our members in the way that they are asking us to support them. And obviously, we see that carbon footprint and ESG standards will be more and more critical for the future of the industry. So, I mean, that's why we're quite active in that regard to support our members.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, it's great to learn about that. In fact, this is the talk of the town. I mean, a lot of company is following the standards and the sustainability, the carbon footprint. Those are the talk of the town. So it's great to hear, such kind of a support system been provided by the AlCircle towards the Canadian aluminum industry. So my next question is this: what are the rationales that helps you to define the domestic industry as the lowest carbon footprint in the world?
It's actually, I guess, a claim made by the local players. And I mean, the basic assumption is the fact that 100% of the energy used in Quebec is renewable. So therefore, all the aluminum production done in Quebec is made from renewable energy. And on top of that, I mean, the local producers have very efficient production processes. So in terms of energy intensity, they're among the lowest in the world. So they, compared to the rest of the world, they consume less energy. They're on the top of the best performers, and at the same time they are using renewable energy. Therefore, this is where comes the claim of having the lowest carbon footprint in the world. I mean, we're not the only one, but we're among the best in class.
I'm sure the equipment supplier from the Canadian regions are also playing a huge role, in making the carbon footprint, the lowest in the world.
Yeah, well, they're supporting the industry in terms of, better processing equipment and improving the operations, really, and making sure that as much as possible renewable energy again is used. But as you said, I think process efficiency is also a key factor on top of using renewable energy. And I mean, we're lucky to have been at the aluminum primary industry here for more than 120 years. So I mean, throughout 120 years, a lot of processing expertise has been developed, and the equipment the providers located here have had the chance to work on aluminum production technologies for that long, you know.
In fact, we see a lot of collaborations among all the players, who are providing different technology solutions that address this kind of the solutions for the industry. I mean, that is something, we really, the world should aspire to be. So that is something, it's great to see, happening in this region.
Well, it's actually one of the objectives and mandate of Quebec to increase the strength of the cluster and to increase the level of networking and collaboration within the players. I mean, especially when you're looking at developing the international market. I mean, each player by itself, is a quote unquote small player, but if they work together, they can bring a better and more complete solution, in terms of a turnkey solution for the various global customers. So we're really supporting them to improve and increase their level of collaboration to make sure that when they look at international projects, they come with a more complete solution, which is a lot easier to manage for the customers.
Absolutely. It's great. So we'll jump on to the next questions. This is like, there are a lot of talks going on the upcoming recessions and the inflations in the market. Now, what are plans for AlCircle to support the domestic aluminum industry, the Canadian aluminum industry?
Well, in terms of a primary aluminum production, they have their own association, the Aluminum Association of Canada, which is really focused on representing the local producers and addressing the key concerns that they may have. And Quebec stays a little bit out of that. Our role, we're playing a lot more with the end users that are working with aluminum. So we're really supporting them to make sure that they are more efficient in terms of productivity, better in terms of product design, so better optimization of structural design of the parts that they are making, parts made of aluminum, obviously, and also supporting them in developing new markets, new application. And, I talk in my presentation about infrastructure. We see a lot of potential. I mean, in North America and elsewhere in the world, we have aging infrastructures that need to be replaced. And we're working very hard at convincing the authorities that the use of aluminum is really a good, sound, sustainable decision in terms of durability and in terms of total cost of ownership. So this is where we're very much involved. I mean, in terms of promoting the fact that aluminum is an enabler to decarbonize the decisions that are being made in terms of the type of material that are selected for various markets.
All right. Now, we heard that often that, US is one of your biggest buyer, biggest consumer of different technology, equipments, products, solutions. Now, apart from this US market, what are the other markets that you really aspire or you would really want to explore more and more in near future or coming future?
Well, if we talk about primary aluminum production, and if we talk about metallurgical processes, and I have in mind various cast houses or rolling mills, extrusion facilities, and things like that. I mean, it's really, we're looking at the global market, to be honest, and especially the growing markets. And Middle East is obviously a significant market with a lot of potential. We've seen the growth of production there. Asia, and including India, is a very, very critical market. India is becoming and has become a very, very important player in the industry. So it's a market that our equipment providers are really looking at and are really interested in working there. In fact, some of our equipment providers have even set up some facilities in India to support their production. In terms of market products and end market, because of the proximity, the US still remains, the market of choice, because it's pretty close in terms of transportation cost and location. So it's a more natural market, even though we're certainly looking at other markets for finished products. But I mean, because of the proximity, the US is a natural market for us.
Oh, great. So we have our last questions there, and it's like, can you talk about or highlight a bit more on the plans, investment, and the focus on the Canadian aluminum industry for 2023? I mean, overall outlook for the 2023.
Oh, wow. I mean, from a general perspective, I mean, we expect a fairly stable market. I mean, we've heard about it. You talk about inflation, and we talk about. I mean, we see a little bit of slowdown. I mean, within the industry in North America and elsewhere, and demand is not as strong as it was, let's say, a year ago, where the market was a little bit crazy. I mean, and we saw very long lead times. I mean, in our cases, for example, I mean, for extruded products, I mean, the lead time could be as long as 8, 9, 10 months. I mean, which is, we've never seen that before. But it has come back to something which is more imaginable, within like 4, 5, 6, 8 weeks, so it's a bit more reasonable. But it's a market that I think has stabilized, and we expect 2023 to be like that. Even though, I mean, we know that the long-term outlook is still a growing market for aluminum, and doing a little bit better than the GDP growth. But 2023 is sort of a transition year, and my feeling is that this is more or less what we're seeing across the globe. So it's a good time to look at where we want to grow next in the future. But I mean, for now, it's more stabilization than anything else, I think.
Okay. All right, Mr. Racing. So thank you so much for the entire sessions. It's been, as I said, it's been very involving, and we learned a lot of things about Alu-Quebec and its role towards the Canadian aluminum industry and the worldwide aluminum industry. We thank you once again and wish you all the best. And it's great to see you here.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation, and I wish you a very good exposition with the rest of your presentations.
Thank you, Mr. Racing. Thank you so much. Please.
Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Art of Cooperation, a key towards success presentation. So let me first introduce myself. My name is Eloise Harvey, and I'm Chief Executive Officer of Epic Machinery from Canada. I am a mechanical engineer with a business degree, and I've spent the last 24 years of my career in mostly sales and business development positions within the aluminum industry. Epic Machinery was born in 2021 out of the merger of two businesses from Quebec in Canada, MEC4, that specialized in mobile equipment, and Advanced Dynamics, a heavy-duty material handling company. Today, Epic offers innovative and effective global material handling solutions for the heavy industrial market. We employ 250 people in Canada and over 300 in India. We also have offices in France and Bahrain, and our main field of activity is the primary metal sectors, but a large portion of our sales volume also comes from the North American pulp and paper business. So right into our presentation now. When running a business, we're always facing decisions about our potential growth strategies, innovation and new product development, new market development, opening new offices, going after new clients, and new geographical sectors, for example. There are four options as leaders that we can contemplate. We can decide to do, that is with our own resources and power. We can also decide not to do because we're just too busy or we do not have the expertise or the capital necessary to do it. We can have it done by someone else. It is possible to outsource some product development, for example, although we miss on providing our team the experience and expertise for the future, but that's a different story. And finally, we can decide to do it together in collaboration with other businesses. And this is my favorite approach to development. Let me explain. Without giving you all of Epic's secret, let me share with you some of our growth strategies and how we operate them. Well, first, there is growing our revenues with what we call low impact on operation sales. That is offering big packages and solutions, thus adding equipment from other companies into our global material handling offer, such as laser marking on billets, for example. Then there is also high value distribution. That is a partnership with a manufacturer to sell their product, but with a technically and commercially embedded relationship. I'll talk more about this in the coming slides. Another growth strategy is innovation and new product development, always staying ahead of competition. But at Epic, we love to perform this task in partnership. I will also give some real-life examples in the next few minutes. So now, why would we want to partner with others? Well, in the case of innovation and new product development, but also when developing a new market, for example, partnership allows increased speed to market. That it be to develop a product faster because we have twice the horsepower or because your partner has already a good coverage of the market. It can also reduce financial burden and technical risks. That speaks for themselves. We're sharing the risk. And of course, if two amazing teams are working together on making something happen, the chances of making it happen faster and better will definitely result in greater commercial impact for both organizations. So we can decide to partner with subcontractors or suppliers who are experts in their field. For example, other equipment manufacturers with complementary expertise, with clients, and they bring the operational knowledge and they provide grounds for real-life testing. We can also use research center for very specific expertise and maybe more theoretical development. And definitely the use of government for any grants available for support in product development. Now, let me share some examples from Epic to support what I just said. My first example. In this example, we're talking about new product development. In this case, a fully electrical anode and crucible hauler. Epic partnered with Rio Tinto in Canada to develop this new vehicle. Changing the fleet of diesel-powered haulers in one plant is like removing 150 vehicles on the road every day. Above the financial involvement of the client, having Rio Tinto on board is a great plus. Indeed, in order to meet the very specific challenges of operating in an aluminum smelter, having the client as a partner helps meet the challenges associated with the magnetic fields, for example. Since we can only overcome this challenge with extensive testing of components, subsystems, and a complete prototype inside an electrolysis hall. So we definitely need the client to open their electrolysis hall to test. On top of that, we have a very strict objective of ensuring a seamless transition from diesel to electric for the operators. Therefore, having the client involved in sharing data and challenging the design around a table is definitely a plus. In example number 2, we're talking about high value distribution. I mentioned that earlier in the presentation as one of our growth strategy. That is getting more revenue for the business with little impact on our operations that are already very stretched. So in order to speed up our position as the autonomous vehicle leader in the aluminum smelters, both primary and secondary mills, we have decided to work hand in hand with an already established manufacturer of custom heavy-duty AGVs. So by using their extensive knowledge of AGVs and our specific understanding at EPIC of the aluminum industry needs and operational specificities, we can speed up the design, reduce costs, reduce technical risk. So back to earlier slides. EPIC ensures the client's relationship and project management. We make sure the equipment is also co-developed using EPIC's expert for aluminum specific characteristics and our partners, DTA from Spain, expertise. So they work together on co-developing products. So the client wins since we can deliver custom equipment faster, cheaper, and with less technical risk because of the long experience of DTA in the AGV field, although not necessarily in the aluminum world. Example number 3. In this example, EPIC associated with a supplier called Propulsa from Canada to add a potential new feature on vehicle. So instead of developing on our own new features, we decided to use something that was done by someone else. So, for example, in this case, primary aluminum smelters are definitely a challenging work environment for equipment that includes a lot of very fine and abrasive alumina dust in the air. So even with all the cleanup efforts from our clients, it remains a challenge in many plants. Filtration systems are key to ensure that the vehicles and fixed equipment are protected against contamination. Traditional systems can be efficient, but also require a lot of human intervention for changing the filters in a timely manner, and filters can be costly at the end of the year. So our supplier, Propulsa, has invented a revolutionary, difficult word in English for me, infrasound self-cleaning pre-filter technology for engines and cabins to maximize uptime and reduce engine breakdown even in very extreme dusty environments. So we installed the system and we extensively tested the product on our equipment, our haulers, for example, in real-life operation to gather data and prove its performance and effectiveness. So now, EPIC can now offer this great feature without having the burden to actually develop in-house the technology, and it's just something more to propose to our client and differentiate ourselves. Last example of the presentation. So when Dynamic Concept, another Canadian equipment manufacturer, that is not in competition with EPIC, but that possesses complementary expertise, approach us to participate in the co-development of this new robotic solution for furnace tending operations, we were thrilled. So together, the two businesses had all the necessary knowledge to offer our clients this great solution. So Dynamic Concept was bringing the robotic expertise and EPIC's extensive comprehension of furnace operations were key in developing the right equipment, the right tools, plain and molten metal, and finally, an AGV to move the robot around. So not only did we work together, we also had Alcoa pairing up with us to test the prototype and now real life operation of the equipment. The Quebec government is also participating financially through various grants for this new product development. So by teaming up all together, we're ensuring the success of this new equipment and again, reducing the risk for everyone, both technically and financially. Finally, and it's a very important point as well, two sales teams will be pushing this new product on the market, which is double the impact. So in these four examples, as you may have noticed, they have one common denominator, the client. In each example, a client was key to make these growth strategies work. A client willing to trust, a client willing to invest time or resources or money, share good practices, operational needs as well, or a client willing to provide testing grounds for new products. Although as an OEM, we can definitely say that having a client as a partner is key to success, we can also say that for a client, having a good, trustworthy, and technically capable supplier is also key to their success. Indeed, the big primary and secondary producers can definitely benefit from the energy of a smaller organization that dares to try and has the flexibility and appetite to develop new products. Therefore, the OEM, such as Epic, when working hand in hand with the client, becomes a source of innovation for them as well. So it makes a lot of sense to put clients and OEM together, work together, and it might look like an easy task, but it does require putting in place different mechanisms to allow such partnerships. For example, the procurement process of our clients might not make it easy to build a partnership and work sole source with a supplier. Even if the product does not exist and if there is no comparison on the market, sometimes it's just against the rules. So implementing new technologies and testing them is also very scary for our client. New product, new technology, will it stop my operations? It is risky sometimes, and it's tough to think that, not to think that it could disrupt operations. So we know we have to evolve, but we need to find a way to manage the risks associated with the change. And that is for us and for our client. And finally, there needs to be a long-term relationship based on trust, both technical and commercial. There needs to be openness with respect to new procurement process, new ways of doing business, and we must all accept that this process might be longer, but definitely worth it all at the end. So in conclusion, merging expertise and capabilities is a way to grow for OEMs and a way to evolve for clients. Equipment manufacturers can pair up with other manufacturers, suppliers, and research centers to grow while managing risk and speeding up the process. In all cases, clients are also key. But in order to do that, client-supplier relationship must evolve to that of a partnership. It's not always easy, but definitely feasible and worth it. So thank you for your attention, and I will now be available for questions.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, all good.
Okay. So thank you so much for your time today. It was great for us from AlCircle and as well as for the viewers. It was great to have you with us today. And thank you so much for such intuitive and informative sessions. I think we all have learned many things about Epic machineries, and all the offerings and the service and your contribution towards the aluminum industry. And rightly, I can see a lot of questions is now been pouring on. So we have 10 minutes for the Q&A sessions. So I will go one by one. All right. So the first question is, it's like, what criteria do you take into account while choosing partner for innovation?
Well, it depends if it's new product development and if we want to co-develop. So what we'll be looking for mainly is a complementary expertise. So, for example, in the case of robotic furnace tending operations that we co-developed with Advanced Dynamics, we went and got the partner that had that robotics expertise and capability in-house, where we brought in our own competency, which was to be able to really understand furnace operations. So you really want to make sure that whatever partner you choose, it's going to help you speed up product development because they're bringing expertise that you do not have in-house. For example, that would be number one. Two, well, there's always this trust relationship. So that's why we push a lot for networking and getting to know other manufacturers or clients and really have this trust relationship. So that really helps when you decide to jump in and develop new products together.
Right. And in fact, I think, Canadian equipment industry is known for collaborations. So
definitely, we have a very, very strong network of equipment manufacturers, and we work together on a lot of even non-product development objectives. So we will work together to develop the market and be there and be present and so that people get to know Canadian manufacturers.
Yes, and I think that has a great contribution to the overall aluminum industry as a whole. Yeah.
Thank you.
So the next question is, can you please brief us the robotic solution you have offered to your clients in recent time?
So just so I understand, they want us to elaborate a bit on the robotic solution?
Yes, that you have offered in the recent time. Maybe some of the companies who have where you have installed such solutions or offered such solutions. Those are the areas if you can highlight.
Well, the robotic solution we're talking about is really an autonomous robot that is in front of a furnace and has a vision characteristics. So when it is put into position in front of a furnace using an AGV, the actual robot has vision and sees the dross and will only be doing the right movement. So it won't go step by step. It will act with some intelligence and will de-dross the furnace like a human being would do. So only going where we have dross and as many times as we need to make it clean. So that's basically one of the key features. So there's absolutely no human. So we bring the robot with the AGV and we operate human-less in front of the furnace. So that's the robotic solution. So we have tested a prototype at Alcoa Deschambault. They are our partner for that. And the next step is to put it in operation, and that's going to happen over the course of the next few months. So we have only tested and worked with the prototype. Now we're putting it in real life operation. But when we tested the prototype, it was at the plant.
Right. Okay. So the next question is, do you do the final quality check of all the technical tasks done by the third party? I mean, a lot of third parties, you are borrowing the services, the solutions that you are offering to the end customer. So from EPIC point of view, are you doing all kind of the quality checks before offering the services to your customer?
I think we make sure we vouch whatever equipment we will add to our global solution, for example. So if we incorporate an equipment from another manufacturer, we need to vouch the equipment and the manufacturer. But again, I talked about trust. So, I mean, there is a commercial relationship on top of a technical relationship. So if the other manufacturer provides the equipment to be incorporated in the global solution, I'm not saying we will go on site and double check what the other manufacturer is doing. They do have a commitment to make sure the equipment functions and meets the specs. So we do have a commercial relationship that ensures that whatever they are delivering is supposed to function according to specifications. Now, if it is a more embedded relationship, for example, with DTA, our Spanish partner for AGVs, then yes, we are a little bit more embedded in their operations because we co-develop with them, or we make sure that whatever they do develop will really meet the needs of the aluminum industry. And because we bring the knowledge of the operations and we bring specificities of our industry, then we are a little bit more hands in their operation when we work with a partner such as DTA, for example. So different approach for different situations, I guess.
In fact, I know EPIC for a lot of times, and I see a lot of appreciation for EPIC from different smelters across the world. And of course, is much committed to these services. That's all I can say to my viewers. That yes, it's a lot of the quality checks we're talking about, or the commitments, and that is up to a really a high standard from the EPIC's point of view.
Yes, definitely.
So we have next questions. It's you have partnered with Propulsor to give better environment and solution to primary smelters. Is there any impact on the cost side of the solutions? Who are those smelters where you have successfully installed the equipment? So, your partnership with Propulsor. So, overall, the impact on the cost side when you are offering such solutions to the industry, to the primary smelters.
Okay, I'll try to answer that solution. One of our main activity to improve or reduce emission is to go towards a fully electrical fleet of vehicles with our MEC4 line of products. So we are currently working hand in hand with Rio Tinto in Canada to go ahead and test these new prototypes of haulers that will be hauling crucible or anodes. So what we know is that there is an impact on cost to go electrical. It should reduce over time. It's not a major impact. We are still into the evaluation of if we have 5 vehicles right now, for example, diesel powered, will it need 5 electrical powered vehicle, or do we need an extra one to account for opportunity charging, for example? So I do not have that answer yet. We think that we might need an extra vehicle eventually just to make sure that there is always one vehicle available. But we are in the process of testing and making sure we can have that final answer for the clients and be able to say. But overall, we are going to be having some cost saving. So we're saving on diesel. We're going to be saving on maintenance as well. So there are other means to save overall. So we are confident that whatever electrical solution we will eventually propose, well, when you take CapEx and OpEx, it should be pretty equal over time for our clients. So that's one I can definitely give an answer for. I'm not going to go and talk about everything else, but that one is quite straightforward.
Yeah, it's very, very straightforward and very crisp as well. And any smelter, where you have successfully installed such equipment, which is like addressing the overall environmental issues in this smelter?
Well, the first smelters where we will be putting in our electrical haulers. So the first prototype will be up and running at a Rio Tinto plant in Quebec. I'm not sure which one yet, but it is not currently operating. So those are all the technologies that we're pushing right now.
Right, great.
Yes.
Now we have our next questions. We have heard a lot of partnership with many companies, and congratulations for such successful deals and executions. We would like to know if there is any further plan on building such partnerships in your future to address other challenges that exist in primary aluminum smelter. I think they want to know, is there any plans of your, further, partnerships, in expanding your partnerships among the other equipment manufacturers that, helps on the Canadian market? Yeah.
We're always very open to partnership. That's one of my primary job as a CEO, is to be out there, talk to people, meet new businesses, get to understand new technologies, and see if there's anything that we can do together and bring the aluminum industry forward. One of an area that's easy for me to say that we're looking and working on partnership is, we have automated and robotized solutions. We have AGVs and traditional vehicles, so we can offer the whole global material handling solution. And all of these equipment talk between themselves, but now we need to talk to the plant as well. And there's kind of an overall layer of, I'd say, that connects ERPs of the plant to all of our equipment. And that area, we do not master in-house. So we do have to look for a partnership with companies to be able to offer the global solution when we push this material handling solution connected with the plant, like fully connected with the plant.
I know this actually excites me to ask you one question. So that, we are witnessing a lot of, collaborations among the aluminum equipment manufacturers who hails from the Canada. So I would just like to understand, is there any milestone that you aspire to achieve, or a milestone that you have already achieved, which you would love to share with our viewers?
A lot of the milestones are pretty secret right now. I mean, we have a lot of very exciting projects ongoing, but unfortunately, I cannot talk about them here on this forum. But yeah, there are a lot of very exciting technology. I guess projects that will bring our clients further towards 4.0, towards their reduction in emissions. So, but unfortunately, all of these projects currently are secret, and they need to be announced, but announced by my clients. So unfortunately, I would like to share, but I cannot at this time. Sorry.
We do understand. I think so. Our viewers. So, yeah, that's, I think, ends, all the questions at this point of time. And Ms. Habe, I think, I would give all the credit to you for our success for the Epic Machinery. I see you in a lot of events and traveling across the world in making this company successful, from Makeford, then Advanced Dynamic collaborations, mergers, all happening at one time. And all the best. And I know that you've been working very, very hard and taking this company ahead. And from AlCircle family, or from AlCircle point of view, thank you so much for being with us and coming here and giving some time in this exposition. It means a lot to us and to our viewers. We thank you from bottom of our heart. And once again, it's great to have you with us.
Well, thank you very much, and all the best to all. Have a good day.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey. Thank you. Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Bye bye.
company InnoX, and I'm happy to be sharing with you today during this AEC 2020 Fall Conference. The concept of time is elusive because, well, it stands still for no man. As a result of that simple fact, it has become the life currency that you can never regain for spending it. That is why we as humans put such a value on saving time. Historically, we can see many valuable ways in our personal lives and work lives where tremendous time savings has occurred primarily through innovation. Food gathering. From a time when hunting, gardening, and raising livestock for our daily food provisions to now being able to stroll the aisle of a grocery store, through many innovations, we gain significant amounts of time. For travel, from a time when crossing the country on horse or in a wagon would take months and longer, to being able to take the family on a road trip and see large portions of the country in only days, or even fly across in hours, we've experienced endless hours of time savings through innovation in travel. And the list can go on. Construction, medicine, communication, warehousing, and so many more, all areas of our lives that innovation has brought time savings, improved quality, and has significantly simplified our lives. But innovation isn't free. In many cases, there's significant cost. Seen throughout history, the value of saving far exceeds financial investment. So now, let's look at something closer to home. Let's look at something that every aluminum extruder does on a daily basis. Profile measurement. It's still very common in the aluminum extrusion process to measure and monitor profile dimensions manually, as you see in the top video, with calipers, gauges, radius gauges, comparators, and even touch probe or small CMMs. Not counting the fact that these types of manual and even automated measurement tools are limited in accuracy and measurement capability, they all are methods that have large amounts of time associated with them. The time spent on measuring a typical to complex extrusion manually could be several minutes. All the while the extrusion press is pushing material. Or even worst case would be that the entire order of product is extruded and now it's being fully measured after the fact because of the time it takes and limitations in manual measurement. Therefore, we look to innovation and we find measurement technology like the Promex measurement system, as seen in the bottom video, is developed for the sole purpose of making measurement easy and fast. The time spent on measuring a typical to complex extrusion with the Promex solution is a fraction of the time compared to manual measurement. So, what time could you save? What's your value of a minute? What is your value of 7 minutes and 30 seconds? Think about how many profile measurements are made in a day, week, or month in your extrusion facility. What benefits would this innovation bring to your process? Or how many more measurements could you take if it were easy and fast? So let's look into the real time savings numbers. One press operation, estimate about 5 samples per hour. Average 4 minutes of measurement time saved per sample. Press runs average 20 hours a day, 5 days a week, 50 weeks a year. That's 100,000 minutes of sample measurement time saved every year. As the old saying goes, time is money. And with the Promex measurement solution, you can save both. Thank you so much for your time today. Enjoy the rest of your conference, and I look forward to talking to you soon.
So much.
I'm doing well too. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for giving us the time this morning.
Yes.
I think I really liked the session and the way you drove this. It was very precise, crisp, and straight on the point. Now,
Yes.
during the session, we received a few questions as well. So I have got a couple of them and the other questions that we received. So we'll go through them one by one.
That sounds great.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Brad, you very nicely pointed out the benefit and of innovation. You also mentioned the overall journey of innovation. Now, the one question that I had received from the audience is that is this the only product that InnoX is working, or are there a portfolio of the products that are on the anvil?
Yes, that's a good question. Thank you. InnoX has InnoX. The company InnoX is based in Germany, and the history of the InnoX company is on PVC extrusion. And so there are several different product lines regarding process control and process measurement on that side of the business that's been going on for over 50 years. InnoX has partnered with the company Ascona, that is the manufacturer and the developer of the Promex system that you saw, and we've been representing that product here in North America for a little over 15 years. So regarding aluminum extrusion, the profile measurement is the primary technology for Ascona and aluminum industry that we work with. We also have a new technology that we'll be introducing very soon regarding surface measurement.
Sure. Thank you very much. As you mentioned, the saving out of using Promex is around 70 days in a year. And have you ever faced the question? I'm sure that the aluminum industry also have posed this question to you. What is going to be my ROI of the solution?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So one thing that I think is unique, and we have worked very hard at in partnering with our companies or our customers, is that it's better for us to understand and to be able to provide the solution and the integration of the technology in their process, so it's not just a single point of process improvement. For example, profile measurement typically falls under the umbrella quality control because it's measurement. But the reality is, and what our customers experience, is that once they integrate the Promex measurement solution into their process, they not only complete quality control measurement earlier in the process, but they can also, because it's done early in the process, they can save scrap material. If they're running out of tolerance, they can stop and change over to a different profile until they correct the problem with the die or whatever the issue is dimensionally. So they can save scrap material. Of course, if they do something like that, they save press time, right? Press time costs money. Of course, energy savings. So if you're saving press time, then you're not spending money and you're being more productive on those kind of things. Also, the feedback, the dimensional feedback provides very important benefits for not only quality in their customer interactions, but also for the die shop. How things and how the material is flowing through the die and through the extrusion process is very critical. And so if the die shop can use the results from the Promex measurement solution to be able to react and work on die correction and those type of things, then it becomes very valuable for them. And I have some customers that they would clearly say the die shop monitoring and working with the results of measurement are more important than QA, because the die shop is the one that's going to affect process improvement. So to say what is the ROI in a system, I mean, I've had customers that do ROI calculations and they achieve the ROI only on material savings. So if you wanna know what the area of your profile is and you want to actively go after lightweighting your profile, then the Promex system is the perfect solution to do that, and they can save material within 6 months to be able to pay for the system easily. It doesn't. If you imagine aluminum extrusion profiles, and you say, okay, if I was to reduce 1 to 2% of the weight of this profile, which is in principle almost nothing, but 1 to 2% material savings over a year at one press alone would pay for the system multiple times over, right? So if you look at it in various ways, and that's how we work with our customers, we don't want them to say, oh, our payback is that we're not measuring with calipers on the floor, because that doesn't make sense. We want the entire process to be affected, and it can be and it is affected when properly utilizing the system.
Excellent. Very nicely explained. Thank you very much, Brad. Now, while doing that, it also ensures a little bit longer engagement model, right? Because your team will have to help the customers who are otherwise habituated to do it manually on the quality side, etc. You're showing any way. So how does the engagement model look like? Like, let's say there is a company which is willing to invest in this particular solution. Do you generally start with a proof of concept, or do you generally start with the engagement where you identify those opportunities and do the business case validation, or how do you go about it?
That's a good question. So what we do initially is through demonstration. We can work with customers sending us samples, showing them exactly what the measurement process is. We even have some customers here in the United States, or North America, I would say, in Canada and the US, that are longtime customers of ours that are very welcome to have other people come and look, because it is such a beneficial technology, not only for the customers of it, our customers, but also for the industry in general, right? I mean, a better view and a better overview of the aluminum extrusion industry helps everyone, right? So we normally start with a demonstration of some sort, where we can work with customer samples or take them to a visit to a company. Then normally on their side, we'll work with them to assist them in calculating ROI and capturing the business case. But normally internally, they're doing those kind of things. We'll assist it as we can or as we need to, but normally they're capturing that information internally. Then once the system is purchased by the customer, of course, we spend time on-site training with them. We work very closely. We have a very strong technical team here in North America and around the world with Ascona to support our customers, not only from implementation, but also after sales support. We prioritize, I will say, after sales support. All of our customers have annual maintenance agreements, which means we are available virtually at any time to be able to support them and assist them in any way that they need. Questions, turnover of people, training, all of those kind of things. We work very, very closely with our customers on all of that. And I'm proud to say that that's one of our, key priorities after sale.
Thank you very much. That definitely answers the question. When you actually approach the customers, one interesting question I got, I thought that I will ask here. Who are your typical quote-unquote economic buyers? Is it the CTO, or is it the CFO, or the chief operating officers, or quality?
Well, that's a very good question. So what I would say is how we actually connect with or get into a customer or an extruder, it can vary. Of course, it can be a quality person. It could be a tooling person that has seen our system somewhere or been introduced to it somewhere. Normally, the people that will get us in the door, or at least initially engage with us, would be someone at the plant level. But of course, very quickly, it's clear that with the investment cost that it will be for the equipment, it's not something that an extrusion manager is going to make a decision on, right? The entire team needs to be aware of it. The entire team needs to be comfortable with it, because in the end, it is an investment, and it's not just an investment financially, but it's also an investment in their time, right? They're going to need to be the ones to be sure to encourage their people to use the equipment and why and what the benefit is. And look, here's what we've done for the last month, and you can see the benefits of that internally. So in the end, we normally end up working with an entire team. There are some leaders in aluminum extrusion companies, I would say now that I've worked with in North America, that even from the top down, they are very, very forward thinking, very innovation and automation, and improving the process overall. And so again, there are scenarios where, I'll meet the president of a company at a conference, and very quickly, we're in and talking to their entire team, making sure everyone is on board and understand what the capability is and how that benefits them throughout the plant, and then go from there. So there are various ways, but normally I would say it starts at the plant level.
Sure. Thank you very much. Brad, AlCircle actually comes with various reports throughout the year. And this year, very recently, about a month back, we launched our Minimum Outlook 2023, which also predicted that in 2022 and 2023, the requirement and the demand of extrusion is definitely going to increase, right? Now, I would like to know what, and looking at the novelty of your product, what are you planning to capture this growth in the year 2023? What are the opportunities?
So, that type of study and that type of result out of the study it is very encouraging, especially for the Promex product, right? If you can imagine that, the capacity or need for aluminum extrusions continuing to ramp up through automotive, through EV, through window and door construction, all of those types of markets. If you're relying on manual measurement, or those checks being the ones that you need to be able to take during your process, and it is manual, then the more product you have going through your building, it ends up being a snowball effect, right? You end up getting behind more and more and more. I've been to customers where, they'll say that, something was extruded yesterday and it arrives at our lab to be measured tomorrow afternoon. Like that's their time, right? And the reality is that's way too long, right? From the time it was extruded to the time it's measured, it should be as fast as possible, because every minute that extrusion goes down the line or through the process or into the oven or gets painted or coated or whatever, that's all just money you're putting into a potentially out of tolerance product. And so for us, those types of numbers in the forecast and outlook for the industry is very beneficial for us, because that really drives the type of conversations that we're having with customer. The other thing that you didn't mention in your statement, but I believe it kind of goes along with it based on some of the other presentations I've seen, is that, of course, in the EV market and the automotive market, in aerospace and in construction, building construction stuff, those are really the key leaders. And what we're finding is that from those customers back to extruders, they're asking for this type of measurement technology, right? They're asking for these type of capabilities and these type of results because they've seen it somewhere else, or they say manual measurement just isn't good enough for us. So we want something that we can rely on and see much more capability out of. So even the type of profiles in the markets that are ramping up, that also is supportive of our technology.
That's excellent, and I think that is a perfect position to be in, right? Where your customers are actually demanding for your technology. So that's a perfect position to be in. And what is INOX is doing to capture it in terms of geographic extensions or any kind of fine-tuning of the technology that you're planning in 2020?
So regarding actual development capability developments or those kind of things, the Promex product has been around for several years. As I mentioned, I think our first system went into an aluminum extruder in 1999. So the technology's been around for quite a while, and the beautiful thing about our technology that I'm very happy with is that the Promex technology was developed for extrusion. It's not a technology or a measurement technology that was adapted from, metal stamping or something like that to then be able to measure extrusion. Our technology was clearly from the beginning developed for extrusion measurement. So because of that, we've learned a lot of the things that shortcomings, I would say, early on in our development of the product to be able to make sure that we can provide all the different measurements that customers need on typical on extrusions. So that would include GD&T stuff and gauge measurements and alignment gauges, like all of those kind of specific things that's really geared towards extrusion. Those things are already part of our technology. And really right now the ongoing developments that we have in this profile measurement technology for future things or for customer development really comes down to, for example, a couple of years ago, the largest profile maybe we could measure was 500 millimeters or something like that. Now we're doing ongoing development over the last couple of years where now we can measure up to 700 millimeters. So we're working with our hardware suppliers to be able to, expand maybe that measuring area, or our camera suppliers to be able to develop and grow, the accuracy of the system and lenses and those type of things. So we're really trying to push and stay on the front edge of capability. And a lot of that has to do more with development of hardware than it does really the software development. But there are also, of course, improvements that we always come out with in the software, new capabilities, new measurement things, data analysis, all those kind of things.
So I've got two other questions, Brad,
Please.
which are basically coming from me. And because of my love for the technology and what you very nicely and crisply presented. When you talk about the scopes of improvement, what are the factors, according to you, that might dampen the growth? Or what are the challenges, in other words, that you're seeing in 2023?
So you're asking what are things that might slow down either Absolutely. People accepting or using the technology or whatever?
Yep.
I would say there are two things. The number one thing is the misunderstanding of optical measurement as it relates to previous technologies, not our technology, but other technologies that have been in the marketplace for years and that have failed. Because as soon as you walk into someone and you say, I have optical measurement, and they had a bad experience with someone 10 years ago or 5 years ago, then immediately they have a wall up that says, I don't like optical measurement. So that's probably the first thing that's the greatest. And then the second thing I think is, and again, it really comes down to kind of the heart of the presentation in the beginning, which is innovation. Sometimes it's not easy for people to accept innovation. Sometimes it's not hard to accept change. Or we've been measuring with calipers for 30 years and we're still an extruder, so obviously we're doing a good job, so why do I need this, right? So sometimes that thought process and that mindset that is not anti anything, but it really is not that accepting of new technology and innovation. Sometimes those things are really the things that we end up usually through a clear conversation of what the capability of the system does, the results that you're going to get. Usually what our customers find and what those people find in the end is that, okay, this is new, this is easy to do, and it actually simplifies my life. So if we can get to that part of the conversation with people, then normally there's no real acceptance issues. But yeah, those are the two things that I think that we face regularly. As far as preparation for market growth or growth opportunities in 2023 and 2024, we have a very strong team, not only at Ascona but also at Innoex, and we're well prepared to face that and support our customers.
Excellent. You kind of answered the last question, but some for interest of the audience who are actually listening to the session. If I ask your customers to remember your solution by 3 phrases, what are going to be the 1, 2, and 3, these 3 phrases?
Yeah. So I would say that the first one would be fast measurement, I would say the second one would be easy to use. And I would say that the third one would most definitely be valuable information. Those are the things that I think that customers, once the technology is implemented and they're using it, those are the things that I think that people quickly see and they would reply or comment, to other extruders that may not have the technology or other people that are interested in it, and they would say that it's very fast, it's very easy to do, and it provides us valuable feedback.
That very nicely answered all the questions. Well, I'm a tech enthusiast and I found the session super, super interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Brad Allen from Noex, who actually spoke very nicely about the product and the challenges and the growth opportunities related to that. Brad, thank you very much for spending time with us today. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day. Take care.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.